Alright, how is it going, everyone? Welcome back. It's been a while, hasn't it? Since we've last been here for some Phoenix Wright. I know, it's more on me than anything. Well, actually no, I was traveling with family and had a wonderful little time here, but now we're back with some Phoenix Wright. Or I should say, some Feeny. Oh, is my audio still coming through even when the screen blinks out there? I don't know. Either way, I hope that the stream flickering there, I've noticed this has been an issue because I'm not streaming in my regular home. Hopefully that won't take us out too much. I can only hope here, really. But at the very least, I'll be trying my best to be aware of moments where there's a cutout and, you know, try my best to work with it. Aside from that, I guess you've all been waiting for it. It's going to be a stuffed stream. I hope so. Oh, a scuffed. It's gonna be a scuffed stream. That's probably for sure. If it becomes, like, horrific to a certain degree where it's just taken away from the viewing experience, then I might have to nuke the multi-stream, but we'll see how this goes. I don't know. Either way, let's kind of recap what happened last time. Last time we left off, we had just finished the first half of the bridge to the turnabout. A certain girl has returned back to Phoenix's life, and unexpectedly, we've had to play as Miles Edgeworth and face off against Von Karma during the first half of the trial. Through Edgeworth's brilliance and blah 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 blah, we were able to extend the trial to another day. Last thing we left off with that was a real head scratcher was that somehow, some way, a lady was flying in the air. Ooh, blame Larry for that one, but he was the only witness for this, and I think we have only one way but forwards here. Adjust the mic real quick. Hopefully I'm not peaking it, but let us... Oh, right, and I'm planning on streaming through here to the very end, so this is gonna be a long one. I hope you all buckle in. I'm gonna have a lot of thoughts throughout it all since it's the last trial, but let's just do this. February 9th, 3:43 a.m., Hottie Clinic, Intensive Care Unit. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. Really guy might not make it since he's driving back. Fair enough. Well, the last time he was driving back, he listened through this entire stream. He just had it playing on audio. So, you don't count him out too early, unless he said that himself. He just puts the stream on in the background, and hopefully I'm not the final words he hears if he ever gets into a car crash. That won't happen, though. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. .43 p.m. Oh. Okay. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Verididan, in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shichishito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. And it's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into, and that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. Only wants his confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, GUMSHOE. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Imagine falling off that bridge, be still alive, and still return here. Maya, we'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Okay, let's move to the Larry residence. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Laurice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Okay. If that's the case, let's go to the main gate. February 9, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Come on, please! It's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. I'll make you famous. Ah! Enough! A fool's fool, fools who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Dang. Fool's fool, fools who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, Ow! Your reflex and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs the model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Ah! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew. I'm telling you, whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. Oh. And we're back. We love a bit of disconnecting, don't we, chat? I wonder if it's possible to have it to where just because it reconnects, it doesn't just turn black, it just buffers the stream, and then we resume from there. But blah 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 blah. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Alright, Von Karma. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Is he dead? Okay. I thought he was just in prison, man. Did they put him down? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father? Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This, I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who is leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Huh. Ow! No smirking. Okay, Phoenix. No whipping the sick! That foolish fool, doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. I love this turnabout. But this is the greatest turnabout. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did make it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. GUMSHOE said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Okay, is there anything I can... Phoenix Wright. I should have known better than to try. Ah, we're back! We love the screen going black. The problem is that I know it's delayed. So when the screen is like flickering like that, I have to like respond accordingly, even though different people have different syncings. Anyways, gentlemen, let us go to the main hall. Gentlemen and or gentlewoman. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main hall. That was one long sigh. Oh, sir. Sister Bikini? My. I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Waha! Wahahahahaha! I hate your gelatinating face. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. And we're back. I realize if I pay attention to the reconnecting thing, I can see when that happens. I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. By the way, for VOD viewers, you may not know what I'm talking about, because I'm going to cut out all the black stuff in post. So just know that the stream, if you ever hear weird pauses in my sentence that sounds like there was a cut, that's why. Anyways, Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, there's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. Oh my god, right. She's still missing. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, it was until this morning. I don't see any psyche locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had just acted like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that could only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple. Is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claimed she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there. Fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could still be stuck out there with the murderer and with no way of escaping either. You know what that reminds me? We still have no idea who committed the crime. We don't, in the sense that we are trying to prove Iris, you know, innocent here. But we don't exactly have anyone else we could point the finger to. Unless it's, unless she actually did do it, which I don't know. Oh dear. Yeah. Alright, chat, let out your yawns. I know I did. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, GUMSHOE, get that bridge up faster. Elise Dunim. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No, no, no. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Dunham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, no. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I notice you always refer to Miss Denham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes. Now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. Phoenix is on fire right now. We address all our visitors as mystic. It makes her experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Dang. Whoa. It seems Miss Elise Dunham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearl have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright. I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad, it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder, right? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know? I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? Doesn't turn up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. Oh. We're back. She just has to be there. Come on, GUMSHOE. Tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. Okay, GUMSHOE this, GUMSHOE that. What do you know about this? This crystal sphere. It's not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Miss Dunham's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Miss Elise. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. I think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art. That's the sort of standard you need for the arts these days. I could pop a demon. Sure. But what about the content of the picture? What do you make of that? It's definitely the end of the world. Okay. I might need to present her more stuff, but let me just check out the courtyard here. We don't hear the birds of doom, so there's something here. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Yet to be found, huh? The Shichishito is there in Miss Sagami's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Okay. Well, I hear the birds of doom, which usually means there's nothing here. But what Phoenix says makes it sound like there might be something else we find later. Oh my god. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsistently loud yell? So this is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repairing the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what Ah! It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss Von Karma! Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence! I, Francisca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Well, alright, Von Karma, you're coming with me. To the bridge we go! I don't know what secrets we will find, but we shall find out. Alright. Wow, look at that. You put up like a plank across there. Good job, Larry. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse. At least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Well, yeah, for depressing reasons. Okay, we're here. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here, ever since that night? I was so lonely. I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. I'm Franziska von Karma, the progeny. There's no need to worry now. Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your wit. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. You can't whip a little girl. Yo! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya! Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Oh god. How am I supposed to know? What's this? Phoenix Wright! What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a preposterous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. Okay. How about these guys? Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember it being piled with snow. Yeah, it was used. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent. Oh my god. Impertinent. It's impertinent. You know, chat, if she ever says the word again, I'll get it right. To call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Okay, well, that's evidence. Anything else? The sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension is a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. Okay, that door's open. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say, whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? For some reason, I thought of... This is going to be a really specific poll. The Metal Gear Solid 3 Maxor video, where the whole bit was of Revolver Ocelot going like, is it true that Americans ride pigs into battle and shoot barnyards with gunpowder? I don't know. That would be the whole running bit of that. Don't you Americans do that? Anyways, Maya, are you alive? What? February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet, it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. Why is there, like, goop covering the wall here? What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? The scroll has been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast. Wait, this must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Misty Faye's image is obscured by gravy. That is a really specific piece of evidence, okay. There's still more we can say? The scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Korean channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Okay, lock on the wall. In the store. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secret during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this. Oh, what? Oh! I thought that was Maya. Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot! I didn't know you were here. Oh god. Godot time. How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Huh. I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whipperbird. Go home. Phoenix Wright? What are you hitting me for? Huh. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger, or is it sorrow? Huh. You had some important business. That's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean, that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement. my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I can't see everything. I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk on my body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trey. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. Time. Isn't that right, trite? Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on the site of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said, too. And I wonder, Trey, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? In the Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chain? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? Do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Huh. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot! How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. What more can we do? Nothing really. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself. But where's that coming from? Ah. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So, what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden? A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course! What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Alright. What? How do we keep finding more stuff? There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. But... Move out of the way, Gumshoe! What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It could be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. The amount of times that Maya has had her name written in blood is more than 2, and that should be concerning to everyone. Yes, sir. Actually, I think it's just 2. It was one time with Mia's death. I don't know if in the second game Maya's name is written. But, anyways. Anyway. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow.
It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dunham? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victim and on the charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Terrain Master Talisman added to cord record. What's this? A little lantern, a little statue. It is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl over here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice on this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was kinda getting sleepy. Gah! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? Dang. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's almost perfect. It's almost it's almost a perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh, yeah. There's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Aw, I feel bad for Gumshoe. Is that it? That's it. Ah! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. So how's the Inter-Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. I already did that. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. There's so much happening. We're seeing so many returning characters that I like. Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is that it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Dunham's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Dunham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing and the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal.
What?
So Miss Dunham was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was... well, what was it? If it wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special GUMSHOE investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have... oh, that was Phoenix speaking. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned down. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men, which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Okay, do we have more evidence that we can... I mean, we have that one. Is there anything else here? Oh, there's a broom. Wait, shouldn't that matter? The broom could have been used to sweep up everything. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountain. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. Okay. Well... I guess we need to back out of here. Actually, I could present you this. That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it. You mean because of matching leather cord found around the victim's neck? Yeah, I bet it was one of those things she always wore. I've got this safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault. Isn't it supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? Oh. Yes, I think, yeah, we need to go back to Bikini Lady. Also, Edgeworth is on his way right now, which is gonna be fun. Oh boy. February 9th, Hazakura Temple main gate. It seems you have a visitor. Oh, Mr. Wright? Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him, we've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Hold it! Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright? But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Are there other things that demand your attention? Like the sudden realization that I haven't saved in an hour. There we go. She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Alright. February 9th,
Hazakura Temple, main hall. Eek. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk sometime since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? Waha. Wahahaha. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was reconnecting? Oh boy, how scary. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome, crimson-clad prince. Was she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Well, Mr. Blue Suit doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psyche locks of hers. Well, you heard the man. It's time to break those psyche locks. Take that! Alright, Elise Dunham. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Dunham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? Miss Elise was an author, just an author, of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity. Green Master's Talisman. Take that! Miss Dunham had this charm with her at all times. Ah, where did you? This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what did you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Dunham really was. This talisman and the other item unequivocally prove Miss Dunham's true identity. I mean, it would be this crystal sphere. Take that! No? Okay, what am I doing? The piece of evidence you need to show Bikini is obvious. And the other one. What other talisman do I have? The staff? Do I have something else? Did I miss something? No, because he outright said I have everything I need. Okay, it's not the crystal sphere. This talisman and something else. Not her dead body. Not the tracks. No. It could be the staff, but... I could try presenting the staff here, but... Take that! No. I feel like I'm missing something, no? The piece of evidence that I need to show Bikini is obvious.
I mean, it won't let me provide the same thing again. So what is it? I presented the crystal sphere. I presented the staff. I already presented the talisman. Profile? If not, okay. Hold on. I don't think I have enough evidence. Yeah, let me back out here real quick. Of course, we load the save, so we have stuff. Is there something I perhaps missed? In the courtyard? No. Do I have everything I need? I guess. Let me see what more I could do. Yeah. No, this is a game telling me I have nothing else. Oh, this is it. Okay. Ah! What are you doing with that? Give it back at once. I can't. This is evidence. Okay. Ooh. So I can present it to her ahead of time here and see what her reaction is. Would you mind taking a look at this, Sister Bikini? No, it wasn't me. You there, Miss Von Karma. Time to take out that whip of yours and teach him a lesson. With pleasure, sister. Bad boy! Someone, anyone, help! I did not expect... Someone out there is very happy about that dialogue. Hello? Okay. I think I know that is evidence now. Somehow. Wait, it's not a demon warning hood. Okay. I guess, yeah, this is the only piece of evidence I got. Hello, Rulin. Okay. Oh. Alright, fine. Let's try this one more time. Ignore the blacking out that happens. That'll be removed in the VOD. Anywho. Take that! Alright. Skip. Ah! Okay, we already did this. Skip. Okay. Does the gravy prove it? How? This painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. Oh, I thought that was my internet. Yeah, that's the reason why I'm so bothering to clarify it every single time. Just so people don't think it's their own internet messing up. But this scroll shows the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adjourns the talisman the victim carries with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Kurain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I have got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Missy Fey's daughter? Yes. Okay, I thought, at this point I think, yeah, so this is Maya's mom. Right? I guess the hair is just kind of the same. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Missy Fey's sole successor. Whoa. Whoa. Unlock successful. We did it. Elise Dunham. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Kurain talisman? It's a symbol of the master of Kurain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Dunham was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Also, is this different music? This sounds like different music. Yeah, this is different. Well... Earthquake! What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in a training hall! It might very well cave in! Whoa, what? Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Hey, come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my guts. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. I thought the same thing. Edgeworth does not deal with earthquakes all that well. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. We've gotta hurry to... Yep. Right! Ah! What are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I getting the one... Wait. She's gone. Oh. The defendant, Iris. She's... gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped? What?! So, it was just now? During the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? It's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end. She could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now, and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Great. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something none of us could have expected. Huh? How could there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris? Please tell me. What the hell is going on? To be continued? What? Saving contents? Yes. Let me grab my water bottle too, so I don't die. Water bottle acquired. Hey, if you have chatters, anyone else watching right now, if you haven't already, drink water. That's important. A good old water to help the throat after a lot of speaking. Anyways. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. I'm sure coffee will be much more appropriate. I can make coffee right now. Oh boy, you're giving me bad ideas. Coffee right now would be really... How about this? Right before trial starts, I'll make a nice cup of coffee. How about that? I'll send a picture in the Discord to prove it later. Whatever. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistake you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective. Ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. How about Iris, who's just still here? Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least for... I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? Black screen moment, don't worry about it. I make sure to pause when I'm speaking and start from the beginning, because I can see when it ends. Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Kurain tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the only ones who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisco von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. Is this supernatural? What does that mean? At this point, I don't think someone placed it. I think something's happening in there. It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Godot? Presumably because he wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out? Is it really Godot? Godot was the last person here. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, Like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. I'm going to have to call on your inner strength now. I feel like Maya is being sealed in like some weird spiritual chamber thing. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Okay, I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. You have a twin sister. Let's go Persona 5 with this. Okay, well, now what? I guess I can try to get a gauge of what it's about. Yeah. Take that! The night of the crime. I think it's time you told us the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. What was it again? She saw... Take that! I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you are there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple, so I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. Bridge was on time. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but what you say doesn't add up with this. I don't know if this happened exactly. Oh. Yeah. 10 p.m. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out... You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen at 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent possibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen at 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. This is it. Well, I don't know if I have the evidence for something like this. How do I prove that there is more than one of her, other than showing that she was at 2 places at the same time? What could I... Because we know that she was at 2 places at the same time. She rang the bell while simultaneously stabbing someone. What is there? I would prove that. Is this the same person? Looks the same. Right? I'm just trying to, like, compare back and forth, just to be like, yeah, they are the same person. Okay. How would I think this is where we need to go find some evidence. Okay. We need to find evidence that there is more than one of her. I guess. She's gonna be staying here for now. Okay. I can count on Iris to break these locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, GUMSHOE, and Pearls. Wow, there's a lot of evidence to go around. Okay. One final run. Let's do this. Let's start with the garden. I think GUMSHOE would still be here. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Oh, it's Edgeworth here. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, right? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. Oh boy. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Alright, let's rip this band-aid off. What the hell is going on? You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. Again? What again? No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. What happened again? But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. Oh, it's like the 3rd time Maya is a suspect of murder. Okay, I wasn't going to say that because I think I brought it up earlier. But seriously, 3rd time's the charm of Maya being suspected of murder, even though we don't know where she is. It happens like every other day. The good news is, though... yawn. Oh boy, big yawn. Good news is that we're not defending her. She's not our defendant. But it would be really funny if this trial just turned into another defend Maya from murder accusation thing. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Edgeworth. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. This feels like recapping for people who don't remember. We were deprived of oxygen and passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there! But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself in my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the criminal affairs department to look for her file? Yes. I checked over every single case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? I guess Phoenix doesn't... I thought Phoenix read about this case. It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. I love speaking. Weird. Hold on. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and causing her a temple. Neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder? Unrelated? Yes, I could say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related. Explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knows. How? How? What? How do you feel? Do I have evidence? Apparently, Iris was taken in by sisters here at the temple when she was a child. Huh. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me. Edgeworth went back to the criminal affairs department to look at some stuff on her. Well, I asked... No, we already went through this dialogue. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. Between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. How do I do that? Present. No, I'm still missing I'm missing something to present here. Hold on, I'll visit you in a second, Edgeworth. Where's GUMSHOE? It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Yeah. 9th Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick. Oh, hello. Welcome. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Miss Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is a loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is... What? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Maurice said it. I'm going to gather firewood now. half-rotten potatoes over the miserable little campfire. Okay, that was a disconnect. That was a really fast one. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, sick Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Heck, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No. It wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase. I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. It looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it really doesn't matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Whoa. She's a liar. Oh my god. Oh boy. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared. What do you mean your powers have disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spiritual medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Ah. Wah. Way to go, Nick. Wait, did she try to, like, channel... What if she tried to channel Maya's mom, and it just didn't work? That's what... All of you, wow. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psyche locks to get the truth out of her. I feel like this is going to be even harder to do. The Iris one. We can at least try it. That's what the Phoenix likes. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in the lead student's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearl just never went to Miss Dunham's room because she was too worried about something with someone else. Pearls. Maybe she was worried about Maya? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went to the Inner Temple, right? Take that! You went here, didn't you, Pearls? What? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Oh, okay, I was right. Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. Okay. You went because of Maya, right?
Pearls. Okay, I am not stupid. Hooray! It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of those you channel. Wahaha. Ho ho ho. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could have happened to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, and I didn't get there until after 10. Why? It wasn't snowing, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock? Until after 10. How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. Did you hear the lights out? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of it. That's all. Okay. Didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. What was it about the bell? The bell was 10 p.m. Lights out? Mr. Nick, I think you should be okay. Oh boy. That was not right. Okay. Anyway. You said you could have. Also, I didn't save before this, I think. So I'm gonna need a back cap here if I really don't know. You said you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the light stuff. Okay. You can't afford to miss it. Why? Save often. Okay, well, I guess we know we have that. Where is GUMSHOE? Where is that man? Oh boy, I don't know if my voice can handle a GUMSHOE thing. I'm already feeling the burden. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back in the main hall yet. I haven't seen GUMSHOE around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea somewhere. I bet GUMSHOE is Sister Bikini's type. Huh. Clearly not. Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern? Oh, right. It looks like it survived. But we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me about how the Master Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I wanted to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared
appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, Someone is trying to destroy the Kurain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Kurain, and her daughter's the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its powers is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask case, and during the Maggie Bird trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Kurain technique has made a huge difference to the world. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh ho ho, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. DL6 incident. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. That's right. So it was you who was on the defense attorney. Who was the defense attorney on that case? A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. The medium who performed the channeling was Missy May, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's... Oh, I was right about the name. It's just Mystic Misty. Through her channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Kurain tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Kurain Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Miss Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Kurain tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Hold on a second. Sorry about that, I just thought I heard, like, someone enter the house here.
I guess not. I'm expecting... What's it called? Not at my usual place, so I do need to be aware when other people arrive, just so I can greet them.
Anyways, family feud. The spiritual power of the current channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the Women of the Faith clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the woman in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Misakami. By the way, you didn't miss any time on that. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes a new master. And the one who don't become branch families, right? That's right. It's always a cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister for the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right, Mystic Faye had an elder sister, too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, in Maya's home, Korean Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Huh? What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Also, I hope I didn't peek the mic. Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? I don't know what to do with this information. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh. Yes, Pearls. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest, child. She's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. Oh, yeah, you know it. Didn't you know? Just... After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Corinne's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. Huh. It's unbelievable. Iris has a twin sister. Could it be... could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. Jeweler. Thank you very much. Phoenix, you know this. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mrs. Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken... Oh my god. Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mrs. Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris has a twin sister. Plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get more info. Okay. Let's go. Maybe we can talk to Edgeworth now. Or Pearl? I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Okay. Oops. Edgeworth? Actually, no. Not you. You. Well, actually, wait. Evidence. Here we go. Yeah, I have this now. Take that! Alright. We already went through the first 2 before. Doesn't add up with this. Or is it? Take that! Alright. Okay. Last and not least, there were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Oh? You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. Take that! Well, that is more than 1 of you. I was kind of expecting someone who looks like me, you know? In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Shoot. Does this mean... I need a picture. Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but... Can you show me something that you are 100% certain about then? Irrefutable. Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Edgeworth! Ah! Take that! Hey, Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name's Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Derry Falls, right? Do you know about that case? Edgeworth, didn't you see all the cutscenes showing Phoenix looking through records? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey! At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since a guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And once someone is dead, Pearl's possessed her. There. That's it. Pearl's turned into her. In the meanwhile, we have this girl here. Got it. Boom. Case closed. Move on. And once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. About that. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. What is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Current channeling technique. Did you say Current channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then, you'll see that the current channeling technique is real. Okay, do I have like a more clear picture of her now? I do. Well, okay. Time to break the ice on this one. so I'm gonna skip past segments here. Come on, come on, come on. First of all, you saw this person. The key. Next of all, you rang the bell at 10 p.m. Take that! And lastly, there were 2 of you. Well, actually, no. The prelude to the finale, there were 2 of you. And I can prove it with this. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah, that's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Kurain channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's a secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! My health returns! Alright. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me, passed away last month, just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What's she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on the Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? Huh? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. Oh. She started to commit crimes after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was. Oh my god. It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million? From your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Our mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her, she took over as the master of Kurain. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible decision. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. That's when he came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh, and I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned the lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Damn. Poor Phoenix, man. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Girl psyche locks. Man. Give my boy Phoenix a break, man. Give him something. Even I'm starting to feel bad over all the stuff he's going through. Where is she? Girls. Where are you? Hello? Wait, where is she? Is she in the garden? Oh, courthouse. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room and terrain. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for love of investigating. It's the passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost, all along the way. Never guessed a GUMSHOE was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who? Me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. Real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Come on, GUMSHOE, give me that. So how's the investigation going, Detective GUMSHOE? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess I can't hurry. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And he's taken that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in the Sacred Cavern, you're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me? I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot? Godot? What did he mean by that? How about the letter you found? Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letters. Burnt up old letters. Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it! I knew I wasn't imagining it. Be careful. One night should be there. As soon as you must channel her, leave everything up to her. Huh. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter added to the folder. It's gotta be important to mention spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it into the trash when you're done. Littering is a crime, pal. Okay, let me ask him this last thing. So, do you know about the real murder weapon? So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, if it wasn't Shito that was found impaled in the victim's body, Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. It wasn't. So, in which case, it must have been another blade. That's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give a scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective GUMSHOE out or not? Yes. Come on, pal. It's good fun. I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you can make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next. Okay, yep. He's speaking on his own here. And when that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. GUMSHOE's speaking without me. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Okay. This looks like a wallet? Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, Detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picks it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. What's that? Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal! Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap? For detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then bam! I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Okay. Oh. Hey, I found a $1 coin. Huh? Money? If you find money, you have to turn it to the police or a detective. If the owner doesn't come forward within 6 months, you get to keep 10%. The other 90% goes to, the police department. Don't get so close to me, detective. Give me some space, will you? Here's a coin. Happy? I definitely made the right decision becoming a detective. Yikes. Talk about a serious case of denial. What's this? Pen? Man, why is there so many random objects on the ground? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours? Reminders I need to save. Hey. Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I was qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking in a suspect's face. That makes you, detective, sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, right? Then don't go losing it. Okay. This is Miss Dunham's staff, isn't it? What's wood? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Ah! The top is coming off! Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence! Ah! What? That's, a sword? Inside the staff? Is this... could it be... the murder weapon? I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. This workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how GUMSHOE's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was in her temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, GUMSHOE, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in GUMSHOE. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the CG too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hold it! Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a real bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped in the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony here, the more uneasy I get. You don't think Maya's been murdered? Please, detective! Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of Floridian there. Okay, just stop with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay. Now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. GUMSHOE. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when we find Maya? Huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Huh. No one knows about it except me or GUMSHOE. Call it and now, that's gonna matter later. Someone's gonna know about this when they shouldn't. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? She came here for murder! Wow, we have a lot of evidence. What was this? Be careful. Once night falls, you should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit and leave everything up to her. Her name is blank. She is our... the whole... There's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is... burn the thing, also make master did not tell anyone about this letter. Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring her vengeance to the situation.
Huh. Wait.
Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades. So if this is to take down the master, then it wouldn't make sense for the master to have the blade. How many people are trying to kill each other here? Anyway, Phoenix Wright makes me realize I say anyways incorrectly. It should be anyway. Anyway, let me move on from this. Do you know what this is? No. Okay, Pearl, where are you? Pearl, where are you? There you are. Look at that. They really did make a fire. Right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha! You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Alright, chat. This is it. A big old secret. Got to break through. Take that! The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. Right, she was worried about mine. We figured that out. I remember this. You went to the inner temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went, because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or right, okay? Yeah. You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for Maya. Take that! It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Oh wait, we went through this already. We know that she signed her up. What comes next, though, we're in the dark. And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls? What's not clear is what happens after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. There was so much snow, I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. You heard the lights out bell. Also for a temple bell, it's pretty slow though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. Okay, we know she was at the other side, so... Why were you worried about hearing the bell? Oh, okay. What's on there? Okay, that's why. Take that! You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah! Where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel the spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Take into account the author of the note and the purpose for writing it. Whose spirit would Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was her. That was the name that was in the letter. Ah. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I got, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have had quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? I can only assume it's Morgan Fay. This is the big one. It's either Morgan Fay or Misty Fay. I'm gonna go out on my first. Take that! Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Ba-dump. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Wow. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it! However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. How did you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Misunderstood words. The gravy. Gravely, yeah. Take that! It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah! What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right? How did you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder? You see, I didn't even remember this. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Haha. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise? So for example, how do you read this? It says, gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Totally didn't peek a look at the YouTube chat. Okay, surely Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounds like gravy to me. And the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master of gravy from the night pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Yay. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple, with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Parade, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes. I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Miss Maya's main training had already started. I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearls. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped in the inner temple? Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried? It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Ollie the Hawthorne spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried, and I tried, and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. I just couldn't do it. Don't let your guard... Wait. Oh, fuck, it was Maya. Wait, no, that's stupid. But also, huh? Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It's all working out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. Hello, Squeaky Chip. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. What does that mean? What does it mean? Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is, anyway? Is it someone else was channeling it? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Oh, boy. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep. It's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. A final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. I almost want to give her an Emperor Palpatine voice. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It is for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you what the letter is hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Aww. Also, rip ads.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan. Uh-oh. Oh, we did a disconnect there. I don't know where that was. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. I don't know what that means. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? That's the sub benefits. True, true. I guess so, yeah. Ooh. I look forward to that, then. I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture? I'm one more primes. I know for a fact that I am one more sub away from getting my first ever Twitch payout, which is funny because I've technically, as far as the net negative or positive revenue of Twitch, I am in the negatives since I'm spending like $25 a month on Prime. I mean, not on Prime, on multi-streaming, but I'm fine with that because it'll be covered by the first sub whenever we get it. I can manage. It's not like I'm bankrolling. I'm not pressing myself to stream on Twitch in a way that's gonna hurt me financially. It's just multi-streaming is better for everyone. Okay. Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time, pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Huh. Thanks, Pearls. It really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Miss Maya will be alright. And look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Godot? Yes, Godot! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a frickin' puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. But why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything was about to go... I didn't know anything about what was going on. This is new music. Ha! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. This is it. Is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I have never heard this. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. How do you add scratchers to your stream? If it's a lot? I don't know how I do that. My dear... Hold on. Emperor Palpatine Morgan is back. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. I could do that later, but remind me on Discord to check up on that in a bit. It's better you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. To be continued. right now. Wait, are we about to start the trial? Oh. I didn't save. Oops. I could save it here. Hold on. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Let me save. Alright, fellas. I need to get in. This might be the last Godot thing I do. There was no need for that.
Data free says there was no need for that laugh.
Cause she's evil. Also, I'm gonna make some coffee here. I need to you guys can hear the coffee going off in the back. Once it's done, I'll have it bitter black. Hold on. Pause. I'll have the coffee dark. Pause. What was that? Thank you, wait, how do I say that? Stepashaka 707. No, I didn't miss it. I heard it. I heard it in my ears. I have my headphones. Hold on, let me swap to I have this bathroom warning here. Instead of using the bathroom, I'll say, I don't know. Phew, that was close. I'll do brewing coffee. Coffee is brewed. Coffee is brewed and we're good to go. I can't join Discord for some reason? Oh, really? Is it not working? Let me check. I hope the link isn't dead. It's been up for a while.
Truly Guy says darker than a moonless night. More bitter than hell itself. That is coffee.
True. I take this sip of coffee. That bitter taste. More bitter than hell itself. And let me see, Discord link? You better not be dead. Discord invite. No, the Discord link still works. I'll link it in chat, though, just, I'll have it there and pinned for the next, I don't know, probably 5. I'll have it pinned for the next 5 minutes. Alright. Anyway. Chat, here we go. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Good morning, girls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those strict locks in the trading hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What is Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma? What are you up to? I don't think this is Von Karma, dude. Also, I realize, let me get rid of this brewing coffee thing. I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Who else would it be but Godot? By the way, when the stream blacks out like that, that's a weird reconnection thing. It's a bit scuffed, but I make sure to stop myself if I notice that happening. In the VOD, that gets cut out. He is one of my... Yes. Hi, this is one of my favorite great courts. True that. Dude, this is the final... This is it. This moment right here. Godot. I brewed up coffee. I can't wait to sip it at the same time he does. If I ever do an IRL cosplay, first thing I'm cosplaying, Godot. I can pull that off. It is actually doable for me. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistant, naturally. We estimate that the last block should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac that you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your pull to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks.
Yeah! Woo! Payoffs!
I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Duno. No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we, the court, have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you must mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Prosecutor Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Prosecutor Temple. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you are the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Okay, we're starting off swinging. Order in the court! Order! What? Witness? Are you saying you are an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? I feel like that was kind of over. I blasted the mic there. My bad. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Let it be known that I am sipping coffee every time he sips coffee. That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crimes were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering up for someone? Definitely up the creek without a paddle, or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming... Maya! Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. The defendant will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought it was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh boy. The real murderer. Oh boy. I'm just checking to see if I got any messages. Okay, yeah. It's really sad, but I have to go and grab some sleep before tomorrow. It is very late where I live. Bye. Thank you very much for sticking by, though. I appreciate you being here in chat. You know, the VOD will be up later, so you can catch up on the stream through that. Either way, for those of us staying here, we shall resume with the testimony. Either way, I hope you have a good night as well. Good evening, and... Iris. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Well, I went to the inner temple that night. Hold it! Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Oh, black screen. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Huh? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did... Damn, they just slid that by. You know what? I'm fine with that. I am perfectly fine with that. Meanwhile, in the crowd, you hear thousands of edgeheads. I don't know what the ship name for Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth is, but I'm sure they did not like that line. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. Hold it! You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head, and it looks like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? I mean, it doesn't make sense for her to be struck in the head when that staff is technically a cane, but we'll move past that for now. I don't think that's exactly relevant. No one knows about it besides Phoenix and GUMSHOE, so we're probably going to hold off on showing that off until a later point. was still stumbling, Mr. Police moved in to deliver a She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcester sauce. Oh my goodness. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Oh, do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Your Honor, I have a small problem with this witness's testimony. You do? This witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now. Man, I love playing Godot. He's so fun. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Hold it! She threw her staff away. You know, okay, crackpot theory. I closed the door to my room, and the Wi-Fi's been worse. I opened it all the way. Maybe I have to open the door to let the connection in. Crackpot theory, guys? She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger. I'm sure of this. Okay, can I present the staff here? This is like prime opportunity to do this. Objection! Aha! Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
That was an impressive bit of investigation. That's right. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A longsword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose the dagger over her blade. Well, at this point to say, do you have any evidence of it? There's no evidence of this. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The importance is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, black screen. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. But, Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Oh. I mean, I think I could present... Take that! Well, okay, if you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Tright's index finger. Okay. No. Ah! Okay, maybe I should present her profile. Okay. I could just present her profile then? Take that! Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah! No, not Misty Fey. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is a master of the great channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Hey, are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. You found it? The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter. One she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, but I did find multi-shooting. Nice. One that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. Wait, what does that mean, but I did find multi-stream? You can answer that while I continue the dialogue here. One, that the victim supposedly threw away. Yep. And two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Huh. You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. So, like, I can stream on, like, YouTube rather than Twitch? Yeah. That is true. Streamlabs can do that. Could you get to your point? What fun fact about Streamlabs. This is gonna take me like 30 seconds, I swear. But Streamlabs, if by default, it can stream either to literally any platform for free, as long as it's just one platform. You can stream to YouTube, you can stream to TikTok, you can stream to Twitch. As long as just the one platform, you can do it for free. However, if you attempt to do multiple streams at the same times, it will then charge you for doing that. Yes. Coffee. I would like to say that this coffee's bitter, but I put sugar and milk in it. I don't want bitter coffee. I want something that's nice in the palate. I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime, and he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it. If you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Half. Clearing my throat, just muting my mic when I do that so it doesn't blast you guys with yucky throat clear noises. Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you just say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get... Bailiff, what just happened? Who turned off the lights? Bailiff! Either way, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Dagger added to the court record. Now then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. Also, fun fact, anytime you see the screen black out from this point going forwards, it's I don't know, it's Edgeworth turning the lights off so Phoenix has a chance to think. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stolen lantern. Wait a second. Idea. What if, yes, this is Maya doing all this, but it's Maya possessed by Dahlia Hawthorne doing this. I don't know what the legality of all this is. Well, actually, no, because in her testimony, she's saying that this lady here was the one who attacked first. Mystic Misty. Elise, as they call her. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore? That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. I wonder... This hole is fishy, so maybe it's gonna be pretty easy to get through this. Okay. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after... Okay. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so... Dark? Didn't the lanterns... I could have sworn we inspected the lanterns and they were lit up. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? I guess we're taking that at face value. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike. The Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive with the dagger. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. Another thing worth noting, when we see the stone pillar in real time, there's no snow around here. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at gunpoint, at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Hold it! Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Duna. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise stumbled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Hold it! Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That's the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Well, it's here. So, let me save. What evidence do we have? Okay. Oh. If the step has blood on it from the victim's stab. Hold on, let me hear it again. Hold it! Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Almost. The garden was dark, I couldn't tell who was who.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman who was killed was... Edgeworth, turn the lights back on. Thank you. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness. Wait... I'm not the two of them face each other. Wait a minute. So we just need to say someone else was there. Objection! No? She couldn't see anyone. We know blah 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 blah. So they don't accept pearls, argument. Edgeworth, stop turning the lights off! Thank you! Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Burnt letter. So how... I mean, I'm thinking a crystal sphere might have something to do with it. Right, yeah. Objection! No. That was a... Okay. I'm throwing stuff at the wall. Vision. What has to do with vision? No. I don't think this shows anything necessarily. Ah! Loss of blood from stab in the back.
Objection!
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Thank you for the lights. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Huh. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got fronts and backs. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Yay! Throwing away useful staff. The people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the uses of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? Asakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. And that's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, trite? No! Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern to evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Stone lantern added to the court record. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? Does he not know? It says Maya upside down. What the? Godot doesn't know? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. So, certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are you all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Huh, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Thank you for the lights. Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. That's concerning. Godot, please don't be dying, man. I really hope you're fine. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Tusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hospital Temple and... I used the Shichishita to alter the way the moon looked. Yeah, but what about the falling 10 feet? So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan, but even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. After Mystic Elise died, I pulled out the Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that.
Objection!
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't your job as a judge to mediate the argument? The last of my coffee. It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Do we have any evidence for this? That she didn't know about Maya. just have to move on from this. Also, blackout. Hold on. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the scene of the crime. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it weren't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across the Dusty Bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety... It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. Black screen. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hasakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? What's up with Godot? He's making like a lot of leaps. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hasakura Temple and... The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used a snowmobile that traveled from Hasakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the tracks. If we really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hasakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you'll allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, hold on. I need to do a bathroom break here. I really gotta use it. Hold on. Let me put up a little flare here. Give it a sec. Bada bee, bada boo, bada bee, bada boo. Alright. I'll BRB, as they say.
Alright guys, I'm back. A good little restroom break. All the coffee has been filtered out, and now we have only bitterness. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Snow, 7 to 10:50 p.m. And the autopsy report says, by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it means there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. Huh. Well then, Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. He seems to be baiting us. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I was just trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? Because Pearl did it? There's only one reason I can think of. Well, I guess we have no choice here. Time to use that trusty index finger of mine. Where? Because by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Wrong. Oh, maybe I should have countered with the weather? I guess they're both in the same vein. No? Because in my mind, there's a oh, okay. Snow. What about snow am I missing? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Snow was 7 to 10:50 p.m. However, the autopsy report says they died between 10 and 11 p.m. There is only like a 10-minute gap where the murder could have taken place in, and the snow wasn't snowing. Oh, the bridge. If the snow had stopped, that means the lightning would have come in, right? Yeah, 10 to 11. The bridge would be on fire, you wouldn't have been able to do anything. Because she would have needed to take the body from the garden across the bridge in the first place. Now, where is the bridge? Actually, is that what they want me to think? It's the bridge. Well, I guess we know that she... Let me hear this, guys. There have been a lot of... Okay, are you sure it's true? When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. How you... Snow, huh? What's going on here? Well then. Well, I know why she... Well, I suppose... Actually, what is the takeaway here? Because in my mind, it's like, okay, it wasn't snowing, you couldn't have gone across the bridge. I've already countered with the autopsy report, and with the weather data. I've done those two. Maybe it just wants me to shoot a piece of tripod. No.
this is a fake out. I can hear what the other thing has to say. Oh. Which one was the one that gives me... Try to take the body as far as possible. About the snow... Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night. I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
Objection!
I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Oh. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hasakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the records indicate. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hasakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? No. Yes. Order. Mr. Godot, why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... You'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. Probably. Okay. Definitely mistakenly thought the one you were doing. Interesting. There hasn't been a lot of contradictions this time. Are you sure it's true? That's right. So. Dude, am I stupid? I feel like I'm missing something obvious here. Which is weird. Okay, you know what? Time to shotgun blast evidence. Okay, Godot didn't like me saying that. He turned the lights off. We're back. Okay, Shot one. Misfire. I'm just shooting these off because. And the lights are back on again. Ignore for that.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! EI! EI! EI!
Objection!
EI! Is this faster than me just skipping through here? Maybe.
Objection!
No, it's not. Because I can do that. By the way, murder photo.
Objection!
Track photo. Oh. Is it really none of it?
Objection!
Oh my god, do they actually want me to present Pearl here? May as well.
Objection!
Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Fire it off, that's what we do.
Objection!
Objection. Lights are back on. Whatever, at least now all the buggy stuff is happening here. Which is like, whatever.
Objection!
I'm starting to think it's not even this statement that we should be focusing on here. Yeah, in fact, okay. I used a snowmobile. Wait.
Objection!
Is that the statement? Using the snowmobile to take it back?
Objection!
I'll present either weather report or autopsy. I wish, I don't know if anyone in chat can help me out here, because I'm clearly being stupid.
Objection!
Yeah, I don't know.
Many underscore data 3 said it's not told.
What the fuck? The TTS glitched out again. Okay, I think I know it. Hold on. Oh. It's this one here. I dragged it behind. Contradiction with the weather data. Damn it! How did I miss this?
Objection!
It's dragging behind. It would leave a trail. I'm annoyed that I didn't get that right off the bat. That's on me, but whatever. We live and learn. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Well, why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? She didn't know? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out yet. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No! Let's go!
Order, order, order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place.
Yes! That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body.
Me figuring out that the bridge burned down. Oh my god.
Whoa, whoa, that's a no-no word. You can't be saying that. The big ol' F-U. Who are you kidding? Fuck is allowed. Alright, there's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body? Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
I'm a mod, I can do whatever I want. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunham's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. Why are you claiming this? What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Objection!
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court? What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple court. Oh my god, the body was thrown. The body was thrown. That explains it. The bridge was on fire. The body fell 10 feet after death. What happened was the rope, they tied the body to the rope that was on the bridge. It flung them over the rope, which caused Larry to draw this image. This image is the body being thrown over the bridge, and it arrived on the other side, in which case she was actually standing there, collected the body, and did the rest. There you go. That's it. That's why there's a 10 feet fall. She wasn't flying, she had catapulted. It all makes sense. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. Phoenix, I have it figured out now. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge, but unless I could somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Where's the catapult then? Oh, earlier when we were exploring, do you know, like, at shipyard docks, there's, like, the little rope that you tie, like, a ship to that, keeps them attached to the dock? We found one of those when exploring, and it had previously been tied up, but once we made it to the other side, it was no longer tied up. We assume that the reason why that was the case is that it was used to hold the bridge up, and once the bridge burnt down, it was no longer there. I don't know if that's a suitable explanation. I don't have any reasonable explanation for how the body got to the other side. I'm only just spitballing here. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? I don't know. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Yes. Yes, yes, yes! Yes! Like that one smiling friend saying, yes! This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. There's the rope. It certainly was burned down to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only gonna say this one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body.
Hold it!
Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. Okay, whatever. I think we're just gonna have to skip straight to the end here. Yes, there is a way.
Objection!
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Lori Dunham. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. An exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Larry was lying on his back! The rope! The rope? Upside down? Wait. No way. Turn the lights back on, Larry. Because guess what? Wait, let me turn myself upside down here. I have to stand up. Actually, that would make sense. If she's actually attached to a rope, and she's just dropped down the bridge and swings from underneath? Okay. Well, that's her explanation here. Yeah, and she's attached to this rope and goes from woo, like that. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Okay. Alright, Phoenix, let's carefully and look carefully and think things over. This sketch drawn by Maurice Dunham is... exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. Oh. No, that's not the right wording. Is a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I could see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Maurice Dunham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
Take that!
It's this wire connecting to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality I suppose it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how this sketch contradicts reality. Take that! That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. This sketch is somewhat different from what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just... Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. Also, light went out. With someone like Maurice, I admit a mistake is definitely possible. But then, that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Maurice was doing. Okay, lights back on. I feel like there's moments where the Wi-Fi tends to really poo-poo doo-doo itself. I don't know why. Either way, nothing crazy happened. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! No way! Maurice Dunham witnessed the events while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! Order!
Objection!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection!
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Did we mark it in evidence? I might just be able to present the bridge. I think so. Yeah.
Take that!
And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to lose, so they tied the wire across Elistina's body. Whoa, animation! Wow! Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Mr. Godot? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy, my younger brother's calling. Hold on, I need to pick up the phone. Okay. Anyways, It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Well, I'll talk to you.
Take that!
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it was the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, what was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. The one that came off of Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Ow! Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool cool down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh? And what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you said, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hasakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hasakura Temple site? Was it Iris? No. Actually, because I assumed that Dahlia was on the other side.
Take that!
Okay. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah! But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini can never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Guard after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hasakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange, indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? What? What kind of nonsense is... Oh my god. You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hasakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... Black screen, don't mind it. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Take that!
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all of the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Black screen while he thinks. That was a perfect time for a black screen, too. Oh, yes, I remember now. In that case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Oh boy, Godot is gonna be mad. Order, order, order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Objection!
You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the recurring channeling technique flows within that body. Recurring channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone, on the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way then, yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened?
Objection!
That's my understanding. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the light out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there is one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Well, we know that's not true, actually. It was later that the body was moved by Penda. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris had received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple main hall. There, they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. There is a black screen there. It happened when Edgeworth was knocked out. Probably. Phew. Thank goodness. It looked like he's finally... No, I don't trust that. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? Oh, like in the same person? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual powers needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, with Edgeworth. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris' whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about free? Wow, 2 back-to-back black things, whatever. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was none other than Miles Edgeworth. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Yep. I'm Misa member. Okay. We went to the inner temple right away. And she was probably the one who put up the extra locks. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and be quiet. Well, cat's out of the bag. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Wow. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. Oh, and when she said that, she always told me that, well... So that was her speaking then. I never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. The plot thickens. And we're about to see this through to the very end here. This is the last stretch, guys. I think. It feels like the last stretch. Let's give it one last hoorah. February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we were to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as an ex-master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pin on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death. The stupid plan is sold by... Maya Fay would have to die first. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the Iris. You? You were going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris, and cause her to temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case... Black screen. I never would have guessed she was going to deposit for a temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection!
That's absurd! Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. He did not care. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well. But what about, you know who?
Objection!
Ooh. Back-to-back weird connection stuff. But it's fine. Okay, let's see. Super plan hatched by Morgan Fey to insult her own daughter as the next master. Before it could work, Maya Fey would first have to die. You're talking about Pearl Fey? Yeah. Duh. Yes, at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. A Unfortunate for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Let me take a sip of water. I'm just gonna go through here. I don't know why I did it backwards.
Hold it!
You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Plan, huh? I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. Okay, Edgeworth turned off the lights for some reason. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill... Oh, it happened again? Wowzer, wowzer. Ignore that. You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? She said it earlier. Is she doing this just to fuck with Phoenix? She said it earlier like, oh, she's her girlfriend, right? I think she's deadass doing it out of spite at this point. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fay now, like Day was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and, in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fay. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well. Well. Oh. It was to fuck over Mia, wasn't it?
Objection!
Could it be... She doesn't care about Phoenix. Oh. That your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fay herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them, either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia. Black screen. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fay had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. And that was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? Oh, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Hold on. Just for that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. Grr. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. I then picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least who channeled her after all. Interesting. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple, and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stopped. It stopped? I see. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in a sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get up. The trick lock stopped you? Huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you are actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes, I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well in the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone inside the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. Wait, what the heck? That was... okay. Locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Missy Fay, picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way! The exorcist is sitting here and watch... Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Missy Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous! That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? What happened to Godot? Godot hasn't said anything. The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. But where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. The bottom of Eagle River. Where else? The Eagle River. Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies have lined up in there lost. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. What is it? Something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. She's Maya. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elysium, also known as Missy Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Ha! Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. Black screen, but I just assumed then that... who we're seeing before us right now is just Maya. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yeah.
Take that!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock. Oh, you're right, black screen. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Ha! So you finally figured it out. No! Order! You're just playing with me. My face body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey was inside the secret cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body, huh? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is in this very moment? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. We're back. There is only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here. You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Yeah, and it was because someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again on the day of the crime, the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? She might try to stab herself. Ah! It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone... Oh boy. There was someone who called you before she could.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Missy Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone who was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be... It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? Did she do it to protect herself? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. Don't say that! You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia? Mia? Mia Fey? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Disconnect. Godot is gonna tweak out here. Also, I have a theory that the reason why the disconnection stuff is happening more is because we're getting later on in the afternoon, and I think the Wi-Fi gets trippy around that time. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. Here's something else. But What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, the things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What did you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. A fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, bud. After Terry Paulez escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! You spinster! What's that mean? I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this guy. Oh my god. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you are already dead. What about it? And then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh my. Whoa! I'm not ready to go. Nick? Sis? Hooray! Exorcism complete, I guess. I'm surprised the judge doesn't just have a heart attack right now and kneel over. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell. To the hell she came from. It looks like she went back to hell. It seems that Missy Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes? What is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of O, the Cult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all of that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
No, Godot, you cannot be serious. Don't drag it out. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Tried. Remember what this evil spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of her the stone lantern, but I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. It's strange, but I don't have any clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. I mean, I don't know what self-defense is. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least you know. No, Missy Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Oh god, no. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. That's a stupid rule. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Missy Faye. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Why are you dragging it on? Oh my goodness. There is a whole trial still ahead of us. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we retrieve the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trey, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. Huh? That's enough. This court is now in recess. Man, February... Oh my... I cannot believe we're still going, guys. Oh my god. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day. We didn't even have a chance to talk. I'm gonna be honest, I thought this would have been around the time that we finished, because I knew it was 2 days. I guess, well, whatever, we'll keep going. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, all I know is once I'm done with all this, I'm gonna go order some pizza and enjoy eating food. They had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cabin. Man. Okay. 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 I don't think people understood what my message was. I sent a message, and this is, you guys don't know the context of this. I sent a message for, like, a team meeting thing, and I'm like, okay. I sent it yesterday, and I'm like, hey, guys, tomorrow, would you be willing to do a thing in the afternoon? And I think everyone only just saw the message today, because everyone's talking about doing the meeting tomorrow, like Monday. And I'm like, probably should have clarified that. Bro, I saw the notification that you went live at 12. I passed out in about 5 hours, and I still see you live. Dude, this trial is going... I thought the trial would have been ending right about now, but we're still going. We're still going. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. That's something more important than... There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close... After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. So he also got... Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least you know, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the light-out bells, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple is cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, Godot. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple from the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Bay. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defend it? Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Are the murder stories normally this cartoonish? I mean... This is kind of just... This is the final trial of the 3rd game in this trilogy. I think this is just building off all the weird cartoonish stuff. I think this has still been probably one of the best trials in the whole franchise here. Which is something that I imagine if you're just hopping in here with no prior context, it's probably confusing, but... it is what it is. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise Stuna really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked to her. I told her everything I knew. Why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure out that answer by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who told her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. What? I don't know who the real killer was. I have no idea. Genuinely. This is a problem. I don't know. Oh, unless we're gonna... That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dolly's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by Pindo. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in the Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win? I don't... You know what? I'll pull a Phoenix Wright. I'll figure it out while we're doing it. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Well, we're in the final stretch here. Okay, well, buckle in. We have one final ride. I think. Yeah. I didn't expect a 3-part trial. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. Oh my god, that's like 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes after. Oh my god. If we had been 10 minutes further, because right now it's 3:26 for me, we would have been exactly the same time. Let's do this. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, the whole test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. It wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Was it Maya's? That doesn't match the victim's. I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Faye. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the current channeling technique. I'm frightened. Faye clan, I don't want any more to do with it. The pain the Faye bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Uh-huh. Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeezing the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, and I ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Okay, I'm gonna guess it's a classic anime thing. She was being attacked. Maya was being attacked by Demon Lady. Mother came in to save her, got stabbed in the back. There you go. Oh wait, I'm stupid. That's not how that makes no sense, because she was being possessed. Ignore me. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around all alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Alright, Maya. Here you go. Buckle up, because you're in for one last ride here. Okay. What was it? Passing through the garden. Suddenly someone struck me over. Hold it! Who did it? Who hit you? Who did it? Ah, well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How can you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember it. I is really having a hard time. What should I do? I picked the option to press her harder. Hold on a sec. I need to check something. IRL. Okay, never mind. Must be my imagination. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by at least you know, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled, and I ended up against a stone lantern. Well, hold on, was there a new testimony? Does it seem like it? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! But what is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker there was another person? I am? Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. Wrong.
Objection!
There's no light. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? The black screen moment. Nothing happened between it. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Juno. Otherwise known as Missy Faye, your mother. Killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean, what problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Look at how Maya has used a little still to be tall. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor, I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there is truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. And Nick... May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. No! Maya, why are you lying? Oh my god, stop doing that. Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There is no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Standing out here in stretch marks. don't want to get whatever thrombosis, whatever they call it. Okay. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. Is it her dad? You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Huh. You talk a good games, right? Well, let's see if you can walk the walk. It was a pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But, I can't... Black screen. Either way, I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is the person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? A man? Edgeworth. Problem is, by process of elimination... How many guys are there? Godot? GUMSHOE? Larry? And Edgeworth. We know it's not Larry because Larry was in the shack. GUMSHOE... No? Leaves me Godot. And... Is it actually Edgeworth wasn't there? He was overseas. Godot? Light! Visors! His face has a light!
Take that!
No way. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. No. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? How do you propose to show us? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? I just got an ad and I forgot I was in a live stream. It do be like that. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, I tried turning off the courtroom so you wouldn't be able to question me further. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it three glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what?
Objection!
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Curse you, reconnection. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When it came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, the body was gone. All of the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that to work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you will be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Well, I guess... When I came to, I was just... So you lost consciousness when you were in that garden, is that right? Yes, I think it's happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could have only been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer was desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't even have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's only one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how any of that would be... It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be... the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. And all the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up. Wait, so if it was Godot, that would explain why he just suddenly appeared when we were investigating the Bank Armor. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there's some mysterious behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just... So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. You certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? But moving it by pendulum? Why would... I don't know. Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, well... Now that we did all that... Naturally, the killer must have died, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer was desperately trying to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it's more... But what about... what with your name? If they wanted to do that, why didn't they get rid of... Wait a minute. Godot didn't know the name was there. Oh my god. That's why he was so shocked. Godot tried to clean up the entire crime scene. So Maya wasn't in any way assumed to have been guilty. But because he had bad vision, he didn't see the blood on the... Godot. The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to remove the body and remove this. It doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, and then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? You couldn't see it, Godot. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Damn it! Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. Bro, the murderer is a psychopath. They don't need a good reason to murder or anything. It's about establishing motive. You don't want to just, like, be like, oh, they're just crazy, and that's it. Because that doesn't explain, like, just because you... Oh. Cut off. Man. Usually, when you claim that someone killed someone else, there's a motivation behind it. More than just, they were crazy, you know. You're right, there's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could fail to notice the bloody writing? No, my goat.
Take that!
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like to ask the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. Did we? I don't remember this. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Well, that's why I thought he was like bloodstain. No, it's ketchup. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Mm-hmm, he's colorblind. Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now. I just prosecutor noticed the murder, but there's something now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham. Also, during the second trial, we couldn't see that the gem Luke Abbey had was red. Man. Well, I feel like I don't remember that either. The one with like the blood stain on the apron. I just assumed he was saying that because it was actually ketchup. And he was just like, what? No one told me that was blood. I didn't realize he was just that he didn't even notice it in general. Wow. What confuses me the most is to conceal the information about your colorblindness. What confuses me the most is to conceal the information about your color. You're confused about the fact that he wasn't open about the fact he can't see red? I don't know, maybe he has a reason. We'll figure it out. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Missy Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Oh, because he couldn't tell where exactly it was? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take out just that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to he would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Maya? Hold it. Wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck in the inner temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. Wrong. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Wrong. He found us. We found him, so to speak. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on, Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot? Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Hold it. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you are nothing more than a coffee addict. Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden and finally took the homes. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Cheering. What the Godot style mean? You said you conducted an investigation on your own. I was told that this is the end, yet hour later we're still playing. Listen, we're still on the last trial. I did not lie that this is the last trial. If I had known that it would be as long as it was, I probably would have broken this up. But we're here, we're now. We have to live with it. You said that you conducted an investigation on your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, right? After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of... Could you find a stranger way to describe Gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise in him. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense just ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I would have never visited there. I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So we have never visited Prosecutor Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want to say something, Trite? It's just like I thought. Godot is lying. If his first visit to the Inner Temple really was after the incident, he shouldn't know about that piece of evidence. Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes. Then Mr. Godot... Mr. Godot... Bum, bum, bum. Mr. Godot... Mr. Godot... Reconnecting. Was not lit. No. I'm trying to prove that he arrived there sooner. Oh. Tell anyone about this letter. Did she talk to Godot? Wait, if Pearl talked to Godot, then that might mean...
Objection!
No. Wait, when did Pearl talk to Godot? No. It was, wait, I know what it was. I know what it was. Also, I just remembered I should probably save. Wow, I hadn't saved in nearly an hour. Okay, shoot. Godot, Pearl, he noticed the grape. That's what it was.
Objection!
Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Well, why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. But how would he have known if there is gravy on it? Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Well, wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's a mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that there is a picture of Missy Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, He couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple, long before the crime took place. Can I just ask you one little thing? Ignore that. What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. Then I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew that plan? Well, Mia knew about it.
Take that!
Mr. Wright, at this stage of the game, a mere guess is simply unacceptable. What? Maya told Mia. Wait, what happened before that? Ow! Oh boy. I don't know how far back my save is. I'll make a different save just in case. What's the time difference here? 3 minutes. Okay. I'll give you one more chance. Oh, the burnt letter.
Take that!
Oh boy. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plans for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and what was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Wow. Godot was eavesdropping in the conversations, and that's how we learned about Pearl's plan between her mother. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans shrink with the darkness that is causing. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case was eavesdropping on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden place for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. And then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? Man, okay, hold on. If Godot did this, he could have gotten off scot-free if he just let us conclude the not guilty thing earlier. It's like he wanted to be found guilty. This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Wrong. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection!
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? Mia's sister. An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trey. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What is this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? My younger brother has arrived at last. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falles killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falles killed him. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her client. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courtyard, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspaper at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and that woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scolding cup of coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who's had slept away for their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I can make up for the cyan... Why did I say that? You were the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving me. 1 year ago, when the Curran Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center? I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she would have never helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was I just want to make sure I resume where it got cut off. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Oh wait, that's mine. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the maid family and the government. How did you mention it? He did say something to that effect. She said that Master of Curran had great authority. Even without her official position, Missy Faye still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away you were, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Oh, that's why. Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why. And that person is playing games. Missy Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Terrain, Missy Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Fair enough. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trey, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing. Black screen. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick. Please, don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me, too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moment before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just as that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but they suddenly disappeared all of a sudden. Ha. Things break, right? Even the best theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. The time of the murder. Oh boy. This is it. One last testimony to end it all. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I asked for help. Struck with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back. There's a horrible scream. Were you the one who screamed? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And that the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer sold the blade back to deliver the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Yeah. That's Godot's blood, isn't it? I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions were almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, right? There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Take that!
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. You know it.
Objection!
Have we forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theories, right? Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the result of the scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes? What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, right? That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer? That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah! Dang. She contradicted me. Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him.
Objection!
In the cold? That's impossible, right? You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... Come on, Trite, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I got. I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Huh. That's good. A fighter till the bitter ends, right? Is this remix? Okay, this is it. Since there is just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Everything is right or die on this. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. It's under the mask. This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there would be no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where is the location? Where did you say the killer hid his wound? Well, it's underneath the mask.
Take that!
Ha! I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Whoa. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! It doesn't matter how you try to hide the truth. The evidence will point through. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you don't care. You didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot? But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I can never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head-on, so I ran. I hid beneath a mask. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact I couldn't save Mia, nothing else. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. About to make me tear up over here. What the hell? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando. I believe in you.
I know you were trying to save me. Hold on. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Ha. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This is peak cinema right here. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor? Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risks, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Godot, you can't turn off the lights anymore. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister... We only met twice. Huh? Wait, we only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. And the court goes wild. What? But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about that. She couldn't move about freely. So that's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me? You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want another sin on our soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle handed back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Well, that was melodrama. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Oh! Yeah, I think you're right. Cheers! Purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dunham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. No cheering, no nothing. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? A man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hands. Of course justice was served. Mia? I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Man, this game is so fucking good. Holy shit. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to do. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. All I know is, by the way, if you hear a screenshot noise towards the latter half, that's going to be, they do the final portrait. I want to have that screenshotted. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Oh, do not forget to save. I've handled a lot of cases, and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? Nick, it's my... Okay, so what cut out was Maya saying, it's just like my sis said, and we cut to this. That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But... Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Franziska? Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Hey! Excellent work. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Is that... Larry! There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. Phoenix, say something before he, kills himself, please. No. Oh, yeah. Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Wow! My beauty can't possibly be captured by mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Francie Whoopie... Ah! Don't get carried away. Huh. Is he gonna do a group portrait? Well, how about that? Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. BRB. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are worrying about how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who is hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand, too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Pearl.
Take that!
Pearl Faye. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's all for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ow! Youch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seemed to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made a reservation at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said first-class French restaurant. You don't mean très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Right Baby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya. What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah? What is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. The office. Oh. Never mind. Hazakura Temple. For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potato alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Oh, okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah, it's been cleaned. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be Pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. Come on, phone. The only reason I'm still here at all is the only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who is there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all of the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini? Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me, until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Huh. There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? You never take the charm off until the day you die? That's the master's talisman. The thing that Missy kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was its contents. Oh. That's... a photo? Ah! Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Yay! Actually, I'll better light it. Even when the battle is that's cute. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, girls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Yes, yes. Listen, I'll do a closing thing once we see credits roll by. Ah, this is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 of you when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. You probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well, then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Yeah! Oh my god. We made it. I won't voice over the credits stuff unless I see Godot, in which I'm legally obligated to. How many months was that? I've been playing the game for the last 3 months? 4? 5 months. 5 months. Nearly half a year difference. Whoa. He went through all the way to the end. I am reading this. Actually heard there's a legendary extra special. Man, Sand Sunday is back. Oh, you know, I think I could check real quick when I first had it added to my library. GUMSHOE! Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. September. We started in September. Don't worry about it. Okay, in the name of love, the man who soiled himself silly. Man. We started in September. Yes, 3 months.
3 months, we made it through here. Thanks to everyone who stuck with us through all of this. I think, I'm gonna say, this third game kind of saved the entire Phoenix Wright franchise for me in a sense. At the end of the second game, I was honestly kind of gassed out and nearly like lost all interest in the game entirely. I know starting the third game was especially hard for me because I was just kind of... The second game is like crazy in terms of how much it made me not care about the series. And the third game that somehow took that disappointment and like made me care, had me thinking about the game, had me thinking about wanting to play it and finish it, and made me sad that I couldn't. I mean, next week we'll do our Phoenix Wright tier list, and that's gonna be a main video on the channel alongside a live stream prelude. Actually, I might do it. Well, I'll see how I want to do that. But we had Tigray, we had Mask the Mask. Every case here was a banger. Like, I think once I do the tier list for the third game as well, we can kind of sort out all the grand scheme of cases. Like, you know what's funny? At first, now that I'm thinking about this case here, I was a bit annoyed that we were still going, but after this, I'm kind of like sitting here. Sure, I'm probably a bit peeved only because we're sitting through it all in one session, but I feel like cracking my head back into oblivion. Man. Well, that was sweet. I don't even... Well, I guess this marks the end of Phoenix Wright Sunday. I should... Once the ad is over here, I can... Actually... Yeah, I'll wait for the ad to finish here, but I do have some kind of thoughts about where we go from here. Is the ad over yet? Let me know when ad is done. Also, this is the longest stream we've ever done, too. Look at that. 7 hours. I wonder how the YouTube friend is doing. Okay. Yeah, so, as far... Now that that's done, I've thought about where we go... Wait, the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed? Wait, what happened? I just need to pay attention when Godot shows up. But, what's it called?
Objection!
Well,
Objection!
you know, I gotta just let these guys play it out. Sion King. Everyone's objections.
Objection!
Christina Katana.
Objection!
The GOAT. James C. Wilson. I'll need to check out what other voice roles he's done. Wonder if he dubbed the anime.
Objection!
Janet Hisu. Or Hisu? I don't know how you pronounce it. Max Payne. Yeah, I'm just letting the credits play out before I do any closing thoughts here. Oh god, old bag. I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now, what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Oh boy. Thank God, we had no old bag appearance in this game. But, okay, I thought about where to go from here. Big series. I would need to have a little bit of a break before I pick up a big series. But I do have 3 games in mind for how I want to do, like, a big series. I'll need to wait till my university schedule for this semester pops up. But I'm thinking of having it be, like, Metaphor, ReFantasia. Either, yeah. The selections here are either Metaphor, ReFantasia, Disco Elysium, and I guess Outer Wilds is a game that I have, but I'm probably not going to have that be, like, a mega drawn-out thing, because it's not a huge game. I know Metaphor is big, but I'd probably change up the schedule. Yeah! Aww. Screenshot that. Isn't that nice? I did think about taking on the Apollo Justice series. A lawyer only cries once it's all over. We're done. We did it. Well, I suppose closing thoughts here in the Phoenix Wright Trilogy. I'm sure I'll have more to say in the tier list video once I've had a week to simmer, but I really do I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. I think I found the investigations to be extremely tedious at times, but I love the characters and their weird quirkiness most of the time. Sometimes there's some misses. I've thought about where to go for here, as far as leaving Phoenix Wright here, or maybe picking up the Apollo Justice series at some point. But I kind of sat down about it, and I realized that the Apollo Justice series is not going to be the same. I know it, you know it, we all know it. I think I'm going to give Phoenix Wright the respect of understanding that this was a trilogy that released, and before I consume any other media, I'll let it rest, I'll let it take its, secure its spot in my brain. I have the very most respect for just what this game managed to achieve through very visual novel-esque gameplay and stuff. I still think that if I were to just talk in a pure gameplay sense, I found myself enjoying other kind of detective games, like but as far as, like, what this series is trying to do, I don't think that's a fair comparison. They have their strengths and weaknesses, and I'm glad that I get through it here again. If I ever make a... Listen, when I have the money to do cosplay, you bet I am betting $10,000 I'll do a Godot cosplay. I'll post it. I'll do pictures. I can do it. Literally, it's an actual character that has a somewhat similar skin tone to my own. 2, how much is... I just need to get the wig, the mask, and some fitted clothing. Sure, it'll be expensive, but I can wear that suit outside, you know, of just cosplay context. Either way, thank you all for sticking with me through 3 months of streaming. It's been on or off, and it was this has been a learning experience for me too. This was the first time I've ever committed to doing a long series where I had a schedule and a time where we streamed it every week. I don't know if I have anything else to say besides sigh of relief, I guess. Yeah, we made it. I think I will reserve my thoughts for what the next long-form series will be, but I know that I'll take the lessons I learned through all of this and keep it close to my heart as we move on to whatever game we see next. Aside from that, thank you all so much for sticking through to the end here. If you haven't already, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, or join the Discord to be more active in the community. And aside from that, I would also like to shout out a special thanks, not just to people here live in chat, but to all of you VOD viewers or people who may be watching this after the release, whether this be on my main channel or the second archive channel. If you made it this far, congratulations, you made it 7 hours and 15 minutes in. Unless you cheated. If you cheated, yes, I'm talking to you, Daniel. Yeah, I know you skipped to the very end just to see what I'd say. What, you think I'd have something else? You think I'd treat you like you're sane? No, skip back to the beginning of the video and watch through it like everyone else. Got it? Alright, anyways, for all those people not named Daniel, yeah, the message extends all to you. Thank you all for making it to this point. I will be seeing you all again whenever. Just keep an eye out for notifications, and put the headphones down. Thank you all, and I'll see you all later. I hope you have a good day and or evening.